Hello, I'm going to open the subcommittee work session on Senate Bill 149 relative to nurse agencies. And I don't know how many people are here for that or the next one, but we'll proceed. I know, Jackie, you said you had some thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm torn between putting too many mandates in the bill, and I'm more interested in getting something started. So my thoughts were that there's there's a page 2, which I can't find my bill right now, has on line 8 to 9. I thought if we struck out for such a reason, which regarded the commitment of nursing agencies making um, commitments to 2 places at once, just eliminating for such a reason would give that clause more strength. Those are the comments that I had on that.
Actually, I agree because reading it, it isn't really, it isn't listing any reasons in that section. Nurse agency shall not commit the services of, anyway, it goes on. And there aren't any reasons listed, and then it says for such a reason, which I think basically doesn't make any sense. I mean, two, the not recruiting employees on the premises, I don't know how useful or enforceable that'll be, but I'm not seeing it as causing harm. Nursing agencies may not facilitate the placement of any licensed professional with the license is suspended. I mean, that's actually not legal. But I understand these nurses are not necessarily licensed in New Hampshire, so it might be tricky to figure that out. And the other one I have concern about is nurse agencies may not charge a healthcare facility a higher amount based on the presence of a communicable virus unless there's an emergency. I mean, on the one hand, maybe that's a normal part of the job. On the other hand, depending on what it is, I mean, it might not be widespread enough to have generated a state of emergency, but the agency might actually have to pay more to hire people to show up. And if they do, they should be able to pass that on. So I do have something of a concern about that. Anybody else on the committee have thoughts on any of this? But that, I mean, that happened with COVID. I mean, that would be up to presumably the contract between the nursing agency and the nurse, but that could increase their costs. So that's the sort of thing I was thinking about. Anyone else have thoughts on anything in the bill?
I will just look at, as we look at these bills, the effective date is 60 days upon passage, and I look to the director about, is it better to put where none of this takes effect, if you look on page 1, line 16, beginning January 1st, 2024, should we put this act shall take effect at that date as well? Or is it 60 days? Is that to get you up and running and get rules and all that in place?
Director Courtney, if you want to come up.
Thanks for the question. Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. I think making it effective 60 days is appropriate because it would allow us to enact rules and then subsequently require people to meet that standard. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, actually, if you could stay up there. Thanks. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts on the issue I raised about being able to charge a higher amount based on a communicable disease? Because I know in COVID, actually, I got a bunch of sisters in the healthcare business, and in COVID, although that was a state of emergency, something might have similar issues that wasn't widespread to have had an emergency declared. They were paying people a lot of money to to work somewhere else, and part of the deal was they'd have to put you up in a hotel for 10 days or whatever afterwards in quarantine before you went home. I mean, that's a significant expense they'd have to recoup somehow. And I could see that happening in other circumstances, or who knows what. So I don't know what your thoughts are on.
I just think generally it's pretty difficult to legislate, and I'm not taking a position on this bill, but I think it's pretty difficult to legislate reimbursement or costs of salaries essentially, because the market consistently fluctuates. So I'm not sure that legislation would be the best route for that, but we don't take a position.
Okay. The other question I have is on the nursing agencies may not facilitate the placement of a licensed professional with a license that's suspended. I mean, as a practical matter, how would the office, do you think, become aware of it, and what could they do then?
So typically, when a license is suspended, every nursing facility is typically required to check the status of a particular license as part of their accreditation. So some facilities do that on a regular basis. Some facilities contract that out and they get notices that an individual has been suspended. But typically, as part of the credentialing and hiring process, one would check the status of a license, and that's already happening.
But I'm wondering if this is different because they're having the agency place them. They don't even know who it's going to be maybe till they show up. And the license is likely not a New Hampshire license. So how would that work?
So to work here, you'd have to be licensed in New Hampshire, whether it would be under a compact or a temporary license. I read this to say that the nursing agencies themselves have to validate the license prior to placement.
Okay. Oh, so they would have to have some kind of New Hampshire license for this.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Whether it be temporary or compact or otherwise authorized practice.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for Director Courtney? So Jackie, are you all set, or you have anything else on this? Okay.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else? Is there anyone else here for this bill? Yes, please come up. I mean, I saw her first. And if you can give me your name,
Good morning. My name is Lynette Handshoemaker,
if you can spell that.
HANDSCHUMAKER,
And Lynette is L-I.
LINETTE.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the spelling lesson for the day.
Well, people have come to this country from all over the place with various spellings. People have trouble with mine. I want to get it right. So,
Well, good morning, and thank you for allowing me a few moments of your time. I am the president and CEO of Evergreen Place in Manchester, New Hampshire. We are a smaller nonprofit assisted living community that provides services to 52 elderly residents here in New Hampshire. I'm here in support of the bill, Senate Bill 149, in the hope that we can apply some reasonable standards to staffing agencies. I employ approximately 32 full-time equivalent employees, many of whom are part-time. And since the pandemic, like many other healthcare communities, we've been understaffed. In order to meet our requirements under our regulations, we use staffing agencies to fill vacancies as well as last-minute call-outs. In addition to the exorbitant cost we've had to absorb, we do have concerns about staffing agency practices. For my organization, we absorbed about $79,000 in additional expense due to hiring agency to either fill vacant openings or last minute call outs. So I can tell you that this is extremely damaging to our bottom line, especially in respect to the fact that I hold 20 Medicaid beds in my community, which basically states that even if an individual coming into my community can pay $800 a month with the stipend that I'm given through the Choices for Independence of $56.88 a day, I am falling very short of being able to meet the growth in my community. The expense of having agencies work in our community threatens our financial viability, especially since we have not reached full occupancy since the pandemic. To give you a better idea, staffing agencies can oftentimes cost us 3 to 4 times the cost of what is a normal wage for our nurses and aides.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry for interrupting, but yeah, it's not a public hearing. We are interested in comments, but I have one question then for you about this. I mean, I could see this bill, if it went through, might reduce the amount of kind of last minute uncertainty around what the cost will be. But there's nothing here that I see that's going to actually reduce your costs. There's nothing. I mean, if you can't find nurses some other way, you're presumably going to have to get them through an agency, and they can charge whatever they can get. So I don't see that in a major way this is going to help your bottom line. Is there something I'm missing there?
Well, it isn't going to help my bottom line. You're absolutely right. However, being able to have some reasonable standards in place, which is what this bill is laying out for us as a whole, would go a long way toward helping our organizations. In particular, items that are not part of contracts that we sign when doing business with agencies, such as the $20 to $40 per hour COVID surcharge that is being put upon organizations, other assisted living communities that have outbreaks, is one way to help us
All right,
financially.
All right, thank you.
We also,
Please, Representative Grota?
So what is it that prevents you from putting limitations in your contracts with the agencies? For example, to say that we won't, we will pay up to blank an hour for nursing, or why is there something that you can do within your contract that would make the payment of nurses more predictable, or more, allow you for better budgeting?
I'm sure that's a viable question and it's a possibility. I think what we're aiming for here is sort of a standard or a number of standards that we can put forth that will affect all of us at the same level.
So I know that in Hillsborough, what they've done is I believe this is in Hillsborough County. It's one of the county nursing homes. They've put a limit, like say that we will not take traveling nurses that are within a 50-mile radius of our facility, which prevents nurses that live nearby from hopping from one place to the other and bidding out their services. Do you see that perhaps as an effective tool, traveling distance, so that people who, it limits who's available and who's, that might be one way of addressing this. I don't know.
I don't work for a nursing home. I don't work with travel nurse agencies. What I'm talking about has more to do with local temporary nurse staffing agencies where nurses will come in and I might book them for a number of days over a month, but they're not necessarily, these are not people that are traveling across the state or coming from longer distances. Someone else may be able to speak to that.
Okay. Anything else? Yep. Representative Bailey?
You had mentioned a $20 to $40 an hour, I presume, COVID surcharge. Did they explain that to you in any way or justify it or?
No, and I think the bone of contention for us is simply that if these items are not listed in our contract, then why should we have to pay them? They're showing up on our invoices, and they're not necessarily part of the contract language when we initiate a contract with an agency. So it seems a little backhanded, if you will, that charge along with a last minute fee when, things happen and you have a call out and at the last minute you're looking for an agency person to come and do the nursing duties because it's a requirement in order for us to maintain our license. Charging us for those types of things can be a little bit daunting. It's taken aback because it's not part of the language in the contract.
Follow up? And if they rewrote all their contracts to include that, having experienced this epidemic or pandemic or whatever, if they then just rewrote all the contracts that, if there was such a thing, we will be charging this, then it would be in your contract.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right. And actually, as Representative Grota said, it sounds like, I don't know if it's valid for them to be charging something that wasn't in the agreement. If nothing else, when you do the contract, you could do something like you're not going to pay anything that's not explicitly in the contract, which hopefully would take care of that. They might choose, if you want to do that, not to bid on it, I suppose, but if you could get someone to do it, it would sound like that's the sort of thing that almost might be more effective than this, or at least in addition. Because surprise charges that aren't in the agreement don't seem right, and if you say you're not going to pay them up front, then it could protect you from things beyond just what's covered in this bill. So it's just a thought. So there was someone else who wanted to speak on. Thank you. Someone
Thank
else
you.
want to speak on this?
Mr. Chair,
Right, some input.
if I may just
Yeah.
briefly, I'm not sure. I understand this bill is looking to solve a sort of a problem, but this committee is not going to be able to solve a breach of contract or something that's not written in a contract.
Right.
don't
I
think that's our
understand.
purview.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is there seems to be a perception that this will solve problems that it doesn't appear it will. So
If I may, Phil, I
Yeah.
think it will help because we heard specifically of examples, if you look on page 2, starting at line 5.
Yeah.
This was an area that was specifically mentioned time and again, that these companies were moving nurses around from place to place based on a higher bid qualification, and I think that alone will solve a problem that the numerous agencies said was happening.
right, it will certainly help. Yeah, that's questionably.
Because we heard that they were having to hold over staff and paying, time and a half or paying whatever they had to and forcing folks to work beyond the hours they should because someone wasn't coming in to fill a position.
No, I understand. Okay. Just want to see if there's anything new that might be useful that this gentleman has.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if it's new or useful, but I'm Brendan Williams. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Healthcare Association. We represent assisted living facilities, nursing homes, Cedar Crest Center for Children with Disabilities. We've already testified in support of this legislation. I won't make any policy arguments in favor of it to avoid redundancy. However, just in response to this hearing and some of the questions asked, I think with respect to the upcharge for the presence of a communicable virus within the facilities, I know in talking with the owner of a New Hampshire staffing agency, that was something that he never charged. Didn't think it would be right to charge, even during the real depths of the COVID-19 pandemic, because that's why personal protective equipment exists. And that is something that the facilities themselves provide to the contract staff that come into the facility. Because we don't have transparency as to the rates, as does Massachusetts, which actually caps the rates, or as to the elements of the rates, as a number of other states require, Connecticut, Iowa, Missouri being a few examples. We don't really know exactly what the elements of the rates are, so there could be some consideration for the fact that there's an ongoing pandemic. I think what really galls providers is just that there be a discrete upcharge for the presence, again, of a communicable virus, and so I think this prohibition is reasonable. As to the question of whether you can make the contracts more predictable, we did discuss this at the hearing on the bill, that these are really contracts of adhesion, arguably, but at a minimum, I don't think anyone could disagree that they're boilerplate contracts. When you get these national staffing agencies, for example, Career Staff, which is headquartered in Dallas, Texas, they're not tailoring these contracts are not up for negotiation in terms of the elements of the contracts. These contracts are works of art when it comes to the legal work that has gone into them. And so a facility that's looking to fill a shift tomorrow evening, it doesn't have the ability to negotiate the elements of that contract. So I think otherwise, the only comment that I would make is I know, and Director Courtney could speak to this, that the statutory reference should probably be changed here to an open statute. And again, I would leave it to Director Courtney to say what that is, although I think RSA 326M was open as opposed to the references that we see within the bill to RSA 326B. I think it would be better placed in the open statute. And with that, I'd certainly take any questions, but I really appreciate your time on this beautiful day.
Can you give me your name again, please?
My name is Brendan Williams, and I'm the president of the New Hampshire Healthcare Association.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
And,
Mr. Chair.
Director Courtney, if you're still here, if you want to, she went out. All right, well. All right. Anything else?
No, I just do want to make it clear to everyone that this is to do with nursing agencies, right? And if you don't work with nursing agencies, this bill doesn't apply to you. I just want to make that perfectly clear. And I am okay with recommending to the committee that if we wanted to discuss, I think that the changes that the elimination of 4 these reasons are, and then also I think we need to suss out a little bit that clause about the upcharge, because to me it's not clear and it's not well defined what that means. So we might just want to strike that from the bill, because the flu is a communicable disease, and so to me, if a facility has the flu, there shouldn't be an upcharge for, that doesn't make sense to me. So if we can't define it, I don't think it should be in the legislation.
Right, I agree. I mean, the only reason I would, I mean, if we did those 2 things, I would be fine with it. My only question at this point is the comment about where it is in statute, and we might want to check with Director Courtney to see if, although was she involved in recommending this?
Let me check my notes on that, but
We have the attorney from
Ah,
OPLC here that may be able to.
yep, good
Step
point.
in.
Thank you.
Good morning, Douglas Osterhout, OPLC General Counsel. I'm not going to be much help here. That was Executive Director Courtney's comment. I wasn't consulted about that. I think if it clarifies the language and it makes more sense to put it in the open statute.
When you said it's her comment, so did she say something about moving it?
I don't recall that.
I don't either.
That was the testimony I just heard. I would
Right,
have to
right.
confirm with her before
Okay.
I say anything.
No, there were
More.
no comments from OPLC in the
Yeah, I
committee.
didn't recall any.
No. Oh, she did mention something about, I'm so sorry, there was something, I have a note about RSA 326. And that this should go into, it should not go into RSA 326. Is that the RSA that's referred to in the bill?
B.
Right,
On
and
page
so-
2, line 5, actually a number of places, 326B.
Right, so I have this, and that was the comment that Director Courtney made. I have this little tiny, so I would think that we need to just make sure that we address that with her before we write an amendment.
Right, so unless there's anything else, I'll close this and we'll have to get in touch with her. I don't know if she's going to be here for the latter part of this, but.
She is coming for the second
Okay,
half.
so we'll be able to talk with her. Yes?
Good morning. I'm David Ross. I'm the administrator of Hillsborough County Nursing Home. I just wanted to speak to, I believe I heard you recommend that you would like to strike Article 4, which, the article related to communicable diseases. What the article currently says is that they may not charge an upcharge for communicable disease unless there is a declaration of state of emergency. And I would urge you to support that. So it wouldn't apply in the case of flu or other communicable diseases. It would only apply that they would be able to charge an upcharge in the event that it was a pandemic level that warranted a declaration of state of emergency.
Well, it sounds like it would apply if it was the flu and there's not a state of emergency because they may not charge in that case. So it sort of seems the other way around, at least in my reading. Depends how you look at it, but this prohibits something. And
Unless.
Right.
Unless.
Okay.
Yeah, it prohibits the upcharge unless there's a declaration.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can talk about, I'll think about that. But so we need to hear from Director Courtney anyway. So does anybody else have anything else on this? It's not a public hearing, so. Yeah, well, if you got a quick point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the subcommittee, my name is Bruce Berkey. I'm with Sheehan Finney Capital Group, and I represent Interim Healthcare, a nurse staffing agency here in New Hampshire, and the American Staffing Association. And with respect to upcharges that are outside of the contract, there is a remedy available today, and that is the Attorney General's Office. The Consumer Protection Act under RSA 358A is a resource for any business in the state of New Hampshire. And certainly if there are violations of a contract between two parties, that is a place where it can be addressed. And with that, I'd be happy to address any questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, do you have a question?
No,
Or
I
anything?
don't have
No.
a question.
All right, thank you.
I think the comment that he makes is valid, and I'm wondering whether or not that's something that we can refer to in statute, right? That we can tie this to the Attorney General's Office statutes on contract, that those things apply.
I don't have any problem with that. It's sort of,
Well, I know that it's sort of like it already exists, but I think that it's okay. Yeah, I would discuss that. Maybe, do you have a comment on that, Attorney Osterhout? Hound?
I did just run next door and ask Lindsay, and she said she does agree with the move to 326M. Just wanted to share that.
She wants it in 326.
I believe so.
M, okay. Okay, thank you.
So, there's references to various parts of 326B, or is this all, it's all new? So this would, you just want to move it to wherever the end of 326M?
Correct.
That's what you want? All right, thank you. All right. Anything else? I'm ready to close things out. Okay, I'm closing the subcommittee work session on Senate Bill 149, and we're going to start up again at 11 o'clock. Thank you. So I'm going to open this discussion on merging the mental health boards and social worker compact. And I want to explain how this works and set expectations. This is not a public hearing. My intent is that this is going to be mostly, if not entirely, a discussion between members of the committee and Director Courtney. If we have questions we think there's somebody here can answer, we'll ask. If eventually what comes out of this, in the future is some kind of legislation, I mean, that would then have a public hearing. So that's to make clear what we're doing here today. So Director Courtney, if you could come on up. And what I was planning on doing is, if you could talk about what the goal was, what the plans were on the part of the original HB2 dealing with mental health practice. I think in the original bill, it starts on page 160 and goes on until,
I think the end of the.
yeah, 181.
Yes.
And anybody, we're not going to be real formal here. If anybody on the committee has a question as we go through, just speak up. It's fine.
Thank you, representative members of the committee, Executive Director Lindsay Courtney, OPLC. So I think I can't speak for the governor, obviously, but I think the whole purpose of what was proposed in House Bill 2 is really to reduce bureaucracy, reduce the number of boards, reduce the number of board members. We have currently about 350 within the office. Most boards have a structure that are around 7 members each with 2 public members. Public member positions are extremely difficult to fill. So you could see throughout HB2 that I think the goal was to reduce most boards to 5 with 1 public member. With respect to the mental health boards, what was proposed in House Bill 2 was really just to merge the number of boards to go from 27 members, I think, down to 7 is what was originally
And first,
proposed.
how many separate boards exist today in the mental health practice area?
Well, so there are 5 boards that regulate to some extent mental health providers, that being Board of Medicine, Board of Nursing, Board of Licensing for Alcohol and Other Drug Use, counselors, the Board of Mental Health Practice, and the Board of Psychology. So what House Bill 2 proposed is to merge the latter 3, which psychology, LADAC, and mental health practice.
But within those boards, there are separate. So how many of these, if you look at the last 3 boards that you talked about,
Yes.
how many members are there on those boards?
Oh, geez. I don't know that off the top of my head, Representative. There's 27 members across the 3 of them. I know that there are folks here who could better answer that question off the top of your head. I'd have to look at the statute, which I'm more than happy to do.
But really, that number is irrelevant if we're only talking about 3. You see what I mean?
Right.
And then, and I'm wondering, there are boards that are functioning better than others. So I do want to have that conversation. These are the things that I think we should talk about, is exactly how many members are in total of the board on the board that we're talking about merging, what that gets reduced to, and how we, and then also the functionality of these boards, because if they have strong representation, they are experts in those fields. And my concern with merging boards that have these kinds of specialties is that we get to the lowest common denominator, where we lose that uniqueness and understanding of that field. And since mental health is such an important field right now, I don't want to complicate it or nullify its meanings when you're looking at special practices.
Certainly. So just to take the Board of Psychology, for example, their board is currently comprised of 5 licensed psychologists, one licensed school psychologist, and 3 public members. We currently have 1 public member seat filled. Again, historically, the public member seats are very difficult to fill. The requirement to have a licensed school psychologist dates back to March of 2020. We just recently filled that one. And then the other 5 psychologist seats are presently filled, and they meet every month. So certainly they're not having the quorum issues that we've seen with respect to other boards. I think the same is true for the LADAC board as well as the Board of Mental Health Practice. We're not seeing quorum issues. I will say with respect to the Board of Mental Health Practice, we do run into issues because they have very specific requirements as to the composition of the board. In particular, they have to have 1 licensed pastoral psychotherapist. That one is presently filled. It has been filled for a while, but I think there are only 11 licensed pastoral psychotherapists in the state. 1 licensed clinical social worker, that's filled. 1 licensed school social worker. That one historically has been somewhat difficult to fill. I think mainly because they're working in education environments. A licensed marriage and family therapist, a licensed clinical mental health counselor, and then the next 2 are historically pretty difficult to fill. 1 has to be a member from a community mental health center, and 1 has to be a member from a community health center. And those were recent additions. I think date back to 2020 as well. Those are very difficult to fill. And then they also have a 3 public member requirement. And again, public members are very difficult to fill.
So how are public members, how do you mark, and how do you advertise for those, and who appoints those, and how do they get placed on board?
So most of them are GNC, governor and council appointments. A lot of it is done by word of mouth. Historically, we had placed ads in the Bar News seeking attorneys. But because we typically market, because most of our positions are filled by licensed professionals, we send out mass messages to licensees, but they can't serve the public member position. And I think that's part of the problem. We haven't figured out how to connect to a market of individuals who may be interested in serving. And oftentimes, public members have a particular interest in a field, and so they may seek out a membership on a board based on their subject matter interest. And we just have not been able to figure that out and be successful.
Follow up.
Yep.
So what is the benefit of having a public member on the board?
I mean, if it were up to me, I think one of the state could consider if it would work, which it wouldn't, for the reasons I just mentioned. But public member provides the public input. If the whole purpose is to protect the public, obviously you need input from the public. It also, if to the extent that you have more public members on a board than licensed professionals, it provides that protection, that immunity that we've talked about under North Carolina Dental, because the board or the profession is not regulated by a majority of active market participants. So some states actually have public member majorities, and that has been something that has been presented as an option for regulation and various audits, but I don't practically think that would be successful here because we can't even fill the seats that we have.
One thing, I know, as you said, there's other states where they may have a majority of public members. Do you have any idea how they're recruiting public members?
I don't, but I do think that's an avenue that we should look at.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Courtney, have you reached out to groups like NAMI? There are a lot of support groups for families of patients, of clients that I know would be interested. I know you would get responses. So I'm wondering if that's, and I'm sure that's just one of many family support organizations in the state.
Yeah, so we do work regularly with associations to get out the word. with respect to, there are a lot of statutory prohibitions on having involvement with associations and being considered a public member as well that one has to consider. For example, unrelated here, pharmacy, you can't have any interest in the practice or the provision of pharmacy whatsoever, where some statutes prohibit you from being married to somebody with that interest. So it significantly narrows the pool. But yeah, we do work with associations.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you. Well, my recommendation of them was not that you would have like a NAMI worker, but that they know how to contact the public members. I guarantee you there are many, 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 many of us who would love to have a voice in
Certainly.
this broken system and have never been aware that there were even opportunities like this. So I think that those organizations know how to reach out to the general public that does not present a conflict of interest.
Certainly.
Anyone else? All right. So you mentioned the three that HB2 is looking to combine. Please remind me, what are the other two? You said there were 5.
Yeah, so the others are Board of Medicine. They regulate psychiatrists, and then Board of Nursing, APRNs, or advanced practice registered nurses.
I have a question or have a suggestion.
Yes, Representative?
So I'm thinking that what we might do is look at these 3 boards, look at the compositions of them, make them more functional, and see where that takes us. Because if, for example, I looked at the psychologist board, and they regulate 3 different practices, and if to me, it seems heavy-handed to have 3 public members on a board. I don't know, there's 5 psychologists, 1 school psychologist. So
I mean,
I don't know if we could, or is it possible? Here's the other idea. Is it possible that these members are chosen by someone other than, appointed by someone other than the executive council? Is there some way that, because to me, that seems like a huge hurdle, right? You have to, the governor, they have to find somebody, they have to appoint them, they have to vote them in, blah, blah, blah. It takes away, I think, the role that the public member is supposed to have. Because a lot, it could be that these people have, and I'm just looking into this, this is something I thought of. Because of all the to-do lists of the executive council, I don't think that this is at the top, right? They're going to be appointing other things like judges or commissioners or something. So is there another vehicle other than, not that I want to step on the governor's toes, God knows we don't want to do that, but we don't want to also impede public perception. I mean, if I wanted to be involved in a board, I'm thinking of myself. And the answer was, okay, well, you have to be appointed by the governor. That is like, to most people, it's going to be a huge hurdle.
So, if I could comment on that, I think in general, these kind of things, the governor would welcome. I mean, if there's some other organization that they don't have to appoint, but they can make recommendations. Anybody can make recommendations. And I think basically my experience with the executive council does when it vets these things, just to see if there's some problem with the person where it's not their job to go out and find people. And the governor has somebody, at least one person, I think, in his office who tries to find people for these things. And I'm sure they would welcome help. So having this check where the governor and council approves, I don't have a problem with that, but they don't have to do the full job of finding people, I don't think.
So I do know that the director of appointments is here, and I'm happy to offer insight into what the current process looks like, if you would like. We have an online application. Somebody submits their interest, they apply online, they submit their resume, and they need 2 letters of reference. And then we make sure if it's a professional person that they have a valid license and they fit the description of whatever the statutory requirements are. And then we send it over. My understanding is there are not a bunch of people that are just waiting to be appointed from a public member seat. The other thing that you may want to consider is that there are some statutes, not the mental health, that allow organizations to appoint or nominate people. That can actually get problematic from my perspective because the purpose is to protect the public, and oftentimes you have associations and their job is to promote the profession, which is very different. And so you don't necessarily want people being seated who wear two hats to promote the profession and to protect the public, because it's very difficult to separate the two. So that just some things to consider.
I can understand that, but it seems to me that there's an easier way of doing this. And I think that, no offense to applying online, but that's very impersonal when it comes to something like this. 'Cause
Duly
you're-
noted.
You know,
Yes.
you want somebody who is, I just, I just think that this is something, if we're having a difficulty in filling the position, there's a reason. And I'd like to know what that reason is. And so I think that's an important thing.
Well, one comment I make is I'd suggest and I'll get to you in a moment, I saw you. If there's a number of other states that are doing this with more success, I think before we try and design something and change the process, if you could look into or have somebody look into how that works elsewhere, how they find people and vet them, and whether there's lessons we could take from that might help us. Yeah. And Representative Schmidt, I know you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't think the problem is that it's a complicated process. I think that at least partially, the problem is that people just don't want to serve in these positions in many cases, and in other cases, as Representative Gould was alluding to earlier, they have no idea that there's such an option even out there. So, there's all kinds of things where people say, really, the world is round, but it looks so flat. I mean, Texas, the roads go on and on. It's so flat. Are you sure the world is round? Yep, we're sure. Okay, so the bottom line is there's a lot of ignorance out there. It's not that it's hard to get something through the process if you've got the person. I'm against tinkering with the process until we look at, and your suggestion, I think, is a very good one, to look at other states, but we have, I think, most of the public members come from the boards themselves that suggest practitioners, look to friends, relatives, debtors, whatever. They suggest their own public members in many cases.
All right. Yeah, if I could comment on that. I mean, that's actually not what we want. We want people that are members of the public and not as closely associated, I think, with people in the process, even if they technically meet the statutory requirements. And I mean, I had no idea there were public members in these boards until I got involved in the state rep business and on ED&A. And I know plenty of people. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people in town. I know people in town who are retired with a range of interests and expertise, and I'm sure there are some of them who would be good and willing to serve if they had a clue that any of this was out there. So I'm curious how other states manage to publicize this stuff. And, New Hampshire's different in some ways, but maybe we can learn something.
We used to have something in this country called civics that were taught in school, but we stopped teaching it so people don't know. Oh, really? We have an executive branch, or we have a judiciary?
Well,
and so forth?
Representative Moffitt's had some bills to try and attempt to fix that. How successful they'll be, I don't know. We'll have to see. And,
We are happy to work to look into research what other states are doing and to do what we can to further promote the public member role. I think obviously we're challenged by resources as well. I mean, we could run ad campaigns. That's not something that we presently have the capability of doing. But there are a whole host of things that we could do if that were
So I'm asked, one of the reasons I'm reacting to this, because I'm thinking, is that within your responsibility? Is that not the board's responsibility to fill the board as opposed to you?
I don't think it's either responsibility, to be honest with you. I think that that's something we could do because we are providing administrative support and we need a fully functioning board in order to meet our objectives. You know, the governor has to nominate, but it's not even the governor's job to go and search for candidates. I think the way the statute is structured is it presumes that there are people interested and are just aware of this, and it doesn't necessarily require any one body to.
It's nobody's responsibility, so it doesn't happen.
Well, you know,
right.
we do take an active role within our resources. I think that the problem is, you know, we have a lot of other things going on and we don't have the resources to meet members of the public. I think if you really want to advertise this, you would be doing advertising campaigns with WMUR, you'd have PR campaigns, you'd be reaching all sorts of ads. I mean, where else are you going to reach the members of the public? It's certainly not through the traditional avenues that we have, which is through our licensees, our 242,000 licensees. And I agree with you, Representative Lake, is that we don't want to just have friends and friends and friends. So how do you reach the public as a whole?
All right. Well,
I love-
we can, go on. Actually, Representative Bailey had a question first, and then Representative Gould.
Well, I hope mine are kind of simple. I'm relatively new to this. I've had some time, but are these people paid?
Yeah, they receive a per diem, but it's minimal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And what's the function? I mean, it's a board of experts, I keep hearing,
Yes.
and then suddenly we're gonna have a non-expert.
Yes.
They there to watch the watchers, or what are they there for?
No, so they're there to represent the public's interests, and I'll give you an example. You know, if they're we have had situations where a board has reviewed a complaint, and they're reviewing it from the expertise from their perspective as an expert. But it's very important to have the perspective of the public member when they're reviewing the complaint if their goal is to protect the public. Because maybe it's not misconduct, whatever is alleged in the complaint, but maybe it should be because the public's perception and expectation is that that be considered not standard of care, for example. And so I think it's important that the public member be able to engage with the members of the other members of the regulatory body to make those decisions proactively.
Follow up.
Are you seeking people that have some expertise in these, or at least some interest in these medical fields, or?
Well,
If
that's
you just went out on the street and picked up 10 people or something, they wouldn't know anything about psychology, I assume.
That's fine.
I mean, honestly, the best people are the people who don't know anything about what it is that you're intended to do because they represent the public, and most members of the public don't know anything about the practice of psychology.
But they maybe could say, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, correct.
What we're about to do.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Gould?
Thank you. I love what you were saying in terms of the advertising piece, and I'll just give this one short example. I was in DC for a conference, and Maryland Public Radio did these announcements that I was like, why does New Hampshire not do this? Like other states do public information campaigns, and this was one was about zipping in traffic, like when you're entering a highway to zip every other car. Like what a novel freaking idea. So I've taught everybody I know how to zip since I heard that on a public announcement on the radio. And so I think that if we can figure out who does those in other states, because it shouldn't be your responsibility. And the worst thing is to have the board make the decisions about who the public members are. Not because, I mean, a good functioning board will recruit good people, but when you get a rogue board, then you're locking out any good people. So I really like that, where you're going with that. And I think maybe we can help with finding out who in New Hampshire government can do those kind of PR campaigns for things like this?
Yeah, we just created a position, a public information officer, designed to facilitate better communications. And so we're starting to build out a better communication strategy, which I think this will necessarily be part of that. I think it would be helpful, if the legislature feels that this is an important objective for us to prioritize, we can certainly do that. Obviously, there are resources, funding, appropriations associated with that, if that's the direction we need to go. Right now, we've just been working within our existing resources and our appropriations, and it's not really working.
So, and Representative Gould, I mean, New Hampshire does do some of that. I think Department of Safety, Department of Transportation does some level of PR campaigns, plus they've got their electronic signs out all over the place. But I don't think the state does a lot of that. I have a couple of questions. So you mentioned the three boards that HB2 proposed merging. Have there been problems with them not being able to do their job due to lack of quorum? If so, to what extent has the lack of public members been contributed to that? How's it going?
Yeah, they do not have quorum issues. None of these boards have quorum issues. I think that, and I can't speak for the governor, but I think the purpose was to help promote collaboration as opposed to silos. And one of the bills that you heard this year was to expand the scope of practice of an MLADAC. Some concerns that we heard, and OPLC didn't take a position, but some concerns that we heard from the Board of Mental Health Practice is that they would have the same scope of practice, but not be regulated by the Board of Mental Health Practice. And so I think that one of the justifications toward merging these boards was certainly not punitive, but it was to foster collaboration between disciplines that may have similar or overlapping scopes.
Okay, so I mean,
I have a question.
I was just going to say, I mean, maybe in the future we could look at some level. I mean, maybe merging the LADAC and mental health practice boards might make sense. I don't know. Somebody disagrees, but Representative Grota?
I want to go back a little bit to that appointment thing.
Mhm.
And is there someone from the governor's office that can answer can go through the process? 'Cause I think I would be interested to knowing that if there's somebody who can do that.
She's
Somebody
here.
can do that. Is it okay with you if we?
Sure, yeah, come on up. Tell us how this works.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Deanna Juris, I'm the Governor's Director of Appointments. So you're looking at the one person who puts everybody on these boards through the Governor and Council process. So I'll just kind of talk you through a little bit about what that looks like. The function, I won't speak for the council. I don't represent them. Obviously, I work for the governor, but I am the governor's liaison between his office and the executive council. So I spend a fair bit of time with them. I've learned the process better than I ever thought I would. I would say being nominated and confirmed through the council is the easiest part of that business meeting. If you've ever attended a governor and council meeting with those contracts, and you are more intimately familiar than many just how many state resources go into just preparing a contract to get on that agenda. It is extensive. It is a weeks and months long process. Often multiple departments are involved, not just the office that brings the contract. I would say it's much easier to be nominated and confirmed on the governor's list of nominations than to have a contract approved at the state level. Director Courtney, would you agree?
100%.
Yes. So all of that to say, we all know New Hampshire's a unique place, right? The executive council is a unique executive body, and the purpose of it is to slow down the process, to have very, very public accountability on state spending and on these appointments. So a number of these, almost all of the licensing boards, I would say there are very few exceptions, are just out of the governor's office. But the large majority of these licensing boards go through the council because of the public accountability. If the governor is the sole appointing authority, the recommendation comes into our office and the letter comes out and they're on, right? And with the council process, much like in other states with the Senate confirmation, the letter comes into our office. The governor still is the sole nominating authority largely. for licensing boards for sure. But then it goes to the council. Their resume is made public. Their contact information is made public. They're expected to reach out to all 5 members. So that it's not just friends of, whoever is in the corner office, right? So that promotes that process. I think that's the purpose of it. Is it cumbersome? Yes, it absolutely is. And I think that's by design. So in terms of the process, really though, the online application, it seems impersonal, but it really streamlined, and I think it improved the experience for people who are applying. What happened was sometimes we would get a letter of interest, but without a resume and no letters of recommendation. Or, we would get 3 of the 4 pieces. And administratively, between my office and staff, between OPLEC staff trying to support and then the licensee, you could be emailing back and forth for weeks and weeks just to get a complete application together. And then, as we know, right, the council only meets so often, so those appointments are only reviewed so regularly. So we actually have streamlined it and very much shortened the process, because once you hit submit, right, you can't hit submit until everything's in. And so once you've applied, you've done it. There's potentially outreach between our office. Sometimes we have multiple candidates applying for a seat. I would say anecdotally that is less common. I don't have people beating down the door of my email inbox to serve on these boards. So we process every application individually, and they're all read by members of staff and reviewed there. So, I'd be happy to answer any other questions about that process.
Actually, I'll make one comment. I've gone through this because I'm a justice of the peace, which goes basically through the same process. And I forget if I did it online or there was a form. I think it was a form, and I sent it in with 2 other JPs who, could recommend it or whatever me. And the process, it just cranked through and it happened. And it was, that wasn't the issue. It sounds like the issue is finding public members. And, what, if anything, do you do to try and find public members for the boards?
Yep. We do rely heavily on stakeholders from a number of different areas. Even I was just thinking through, a full disclosure, I served as a state representative in 2019 and 2020. And I would say there's no one that knows your community and better than all of you, right? There's 400 representatives in these communities, and it is a great resource of doing that civics education. That was one of my favorite things, was just explaining here's what's happening in state government. People don't even know about some of these processes. And it was really, I had some amazing conversations just out and about with my community, talking to voters, talking to people about what was going on. And so I was thinking about that would be a great resource for me, for people that you have interested. I do have state reps that reach out. This is a constituent who's interested in this, whether they're a licensee or a public member. And I think that would be a great resource that also would be free, right? I'm not paying for advertising. I don't have to put signs out for that, right? But you're interacting with people day to day. I would say the same thing is true for those of us in our office. As you know, we're interacting with lots of people. We have lobbyists who are very well connected as well that support us in that way. But as you know, New Hampshire is a very frugal state. The budget is lean. That is no exception in the governor's office. So there's no padded advertising budget whatsoever. So it is largely word of mouth and outreach in that regard.
So Director Courtney, is there maybe one convenient place on the website where people can see what are the opportunities, especially for public members on boards?
Yes, certainly. So if you go to our homepage, and I'd be happy to send this to you, I'd be happy to send it to the entire general court if they would not be confused as to why I'm sending that. But if you go to our homepage, drop down how to be interested in becoming a board member, you click on it and it'll explain the process. It also explains the commitment, because we want people to understand, we want people to be active and engaged on these boards, because as you know, that's another issue on certain boards. So it explains the commitment and what's involved, and it just provides the online application right there. And we get it automatically through our emails. Multiple people, we vet it in terms of making sure it's complete, and then we send it over to the governor's office.
So I have a request. If you write up something brief that describes what public members are and what they do, and then a link off to that, I would be glad to sponsor that as a member notice in the House
Oh,
calendar.
wonderful. I'd be happy
And,
to do that. Thank you.
And as far as I wouldn't recommend mailing it to the whole House without at least talking with the speaker. But
Valid.
If I might just add really quickly that licensing boards are one very small part. The council confirms thousands and thousands, over 10,000 roles and board members, and that's just that go through the council, not including things that just come from the governor's office or, as you know, other legislative committees. So there are a lot of appointees in this state, and really, there's 1.4 million people. So at some point, we get to our percentage of volunteerism, although lower than it used to be, is still pretty high just by the nature of these boards. But sometimes we have people serving on 3, 4, even more boards in that way, which is obviously very kind. But it does get challenging. But just to keep that in mind, I would say as you're considering changes to the process or not, that licensing boards it's not a small piece of this committee, but it is a small piece of the council's, even just their appointing authority role. So I would just be mindful of that. They're doing this for across the state government.
right, I understand. I mean, for the notice thing, I was thinking public members to do what you had suggested, was to have the reps do outreach to let people in the district know and maybe recommend people who they think would be good.
And not just licensing boards. There are a lot of volunteer boards. I think we could potentially make it even more broad than that.
Yeah, if there's
boards
one
across the
consolidated
government.
place, people could go look at all that, and maybe, making this too complicated will cause problems. So I don't want to say, make this big and complicated.
I hear
People
you.
will tend not to read it.
Yeah.
Anyone else? And Representative Schmidt.
Having served on this committee for 17 years now, I can tell you this subject has come up on many occasions, and also being on the Joint Committee on Legislative Administrative Rules, even getting people to come to Concord to testify. If we find somebody who's a volunteer who's interested in serving, we try to get them to run for state rep because there ain't enough people running for state rep in many cases. So and I've heard it constantly. People talk about we can't get enough people to serve in the local communities on town council or city council or you name it. The public is not sufficiently involved because this is heavily volunteerism in this state. So there's a lot of opportunities and there are not a lot of people. That's just a reality.
Yeah. So far, in my district, there have been at least 3 constituents who've called me about an issue, and that's doomed them. I've talked them into running, and they've gotten elected. So it's dangerous calling me. Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for your testimony and taking my question. So I think that what you just talked about in terms of the sheer volume and the limited population, I was going to say, I think New Hampshire people, New Hampshire citizens really love to volunteer, but then I've learned since I've come into this role that New Hampshire isn't what I always knew it to be. We have a lot of newcomers, so I can't speak for that population, but and in our district, I know that a lot of people want to volunteer, but it makes all the more sense in terms of merging boards. If we can limit the number and get each board functioning really, really well. And in regard to the topic we have in front of us, the mental health crisis that we have in New Hampshire, I love what Director Courtney mentioned in terms of getting out of the silos and getting some collaboration going, because if we can't get LADAC and clinical social workers and psychologists to be willing to sit at the same table and address these problems and help solve them, then the population, the police department in my community, that 80% of their calls are for mental health and domestic violence. What hope do they have if you all can't sit together and come up with solutions in a collaborative manner that are going to solve things? So I really support merging of the board, and I haven't seen or heard anything that tells me why that would be really horrible other than power and control. And I think that is the worst.
Okay, I'd like to make a comment on that.
Representative
Because
Grote.
the mental health board's responsibility is, although they're involved with the process of mental health in New Hampshire and they're responsible for it. The boards themselves serve a different function. And I think it's very important that we do that. And merging the boards, I think, is detrimental to solving the problem of mental health. And so I don't think that we should make any decisions today based on that. It's a discussion. This is a discussion, and I really think that we need to understand the issue of mental health, and that is quite different than how OPLC and the boards work together. That is a completely different thing, and I think those need to be separated because they are distinctive. They are distinctive in their own right.
Right. I mean, no. One thing is, I know there are people here who want to speak. We're not going to do that. But that doesn't mean you can't contact the committee or contact people in the committee and provide whatever information you want. We're not, I mean, this is to be for us to get information. There's no bill before us. So there's not any solid decision that we intend to make today. It's to get some ideas, and anybody from the public can provide email in input as well, or arrange to talk with somebody separately also.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, follow up.
I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague from from the Seacoast for that reminder that we're just here to gather information. And I also wanted to point out, we did get a letter from the Board of Psychologists, an email that talked about that their three community members were fully staffed. So maybe that's something new. But at any rate, I was happy to get that information. And I think that gathering information is an important role. And thank you for the reminder.
Okay. Anything else from anybody on the committee? Otherwise, all right, I'm going to close this discussion, but it's not the end of the discussion. I mean, there'll be ongoing stuff and people can provide input and see where we go. And
Hi, everybody. It's 1:00 and we're going to start. So today this is a subcommittee workshop. And what we're working on is what was in House Bill 2 and involving disciplinary actions. So you might remember that in House Bill 2 and House Bill 655, there were clauses that removed the disciplinary actions from the boards. And that seemed to be a sticking point with much of the testimony that we had when we had the hearing for House Bill 655. So one of the things that we want to talk about today was that. What I'd like to do is discuss that among the committee first, and then if there's anybody that has any comments to make, we can do that. Is there anybody here who is not supposed to be here or is thinking they're in the wrong place or? Nope. Okay, good. Because this was not in the electronic calendar, and we found out that there's some sort of glitch in the calendar that unless you reference a bill, it won't appear in the calendar. That's being addressed by the IT department. So that's why this meeting was originally noticed for House Bill 655. And because 655 was passed and sent to the Senate, we can no longer use that number. Those are the things you probably didn't know about noticing. So one of the, I think, concerns the boards had, and I'm talking to the committee, I think one of the concerns that the boards had when this clause was put in the House bill had to do with the fact that boards were concerned about what their roles would be in regarding disciplinary actions if that was repealed from their statute. And I think that the intent of the bill and those statements was to make sure that investigations and investigation protocol was under the jurisdiction of the administration, the OPLC portion, but adjudication would still stay as a responsibility of the board. But because that statement was removed from statute, I think it gave the impression to the boards that they wouldn't have any say at all. So I think what we could do is make sure that those delineations are defined in statute and that the board does have standing when determining adjudication for complaints. So I wanted to open that up to the committee and talk about that. And if you don't want to talk about it,
Well,
go ahead.
the current situation is that the boards do, right? And has there been a problem with that?
The current situation is that the boards, you mean disciplinary actions?
Yeah, in other words, what problem was this bill trying to fix?
It was supposed to, so you really can't have the same person doing you can't have the investigation being done by the same body that's going to do the adjudication, right? Because you
Right.
have, that part of the statute is what's being discussed.
Mm-hmm.
So that wasn't clearly defined, and the definition was to remove that part of the statute from the board.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'm not sure that in taking that out, it didn't cause an issue with understanding of the role that the board has in adjudication.
Well, then let's clarify it.
Right. So go.
I have had a couple people, not on the committee, express to me that they're afraid of it a little bit because they think of it as a way station, that, okay, we remove the full thing and split it, and then at some point in the future, we'll just remove it entirely. The adjudication aspect as well as removing the investigation, now they're just adjudication. At some point, we'll just remove the adjudication just as easily. And it's a fear, but maybe if we had something in there specifying what you were alluding to, if it was specifically in there that this is your role, then maybe that fear would be alleviated to some extent.
Just one comment on that. I mean, first of all, you could do something like that, but I mean, as I understand it, that's not the intent. And realistically, we can't bind a future legislature. So, I mean, in the future, whatever could be done, we can't guarantee it won't. But I think all we can say is that's not what we're looking to do at this point. And there's reasons not to do it at this point, at least.
Is there somebody from an open? Did you want to say something?
Just a response to the previous comment. No, we can't bind future legislatures, but we can make the laws for the state to abide by.
So is there someone from OPLC that can help that can speak to this? Because I think that
Good afternoon, Douglas Osterhout, General Counsel for OPLC.
And Jessica Kalapolidis, I'm the Enforcement Division Director at OPLC.
Is there a specific question, or would you like me to just?
can you go over
Sure.
the current practice of how this whole process from the complaint to the disciplinary action now and how it would change should we adopt the recommendations?
Sure, and I'll do like the broad overview. So right now, if a complaint were to come in from anybody, they can literally come from anywhere, including a board member. The office would receive that complaint, and then depending on, and Jess, you can correct me if I get anything wrong, but depending on the board, some of the boards like to see the complaints up front, some of the boards do not, but the office would go to the board, bring that complaint forward, and essentially request permission to investigate that. Once we conduct an investigation, we put together an ROI, report of investigation. We bring that back to the board. The board reviews it. They decide if they want to see further investigation. They decide if they want to dismiss the matter, or they decide if they want to proceed with an adjudicative proceeding. So basically disciplinary proceeding. If they do decide to proceed with discipline, then they'll send out a notice of hearing. Currently, OPLC has prosecutors on staff, but they have to be appointed by the board. OPLC provides hearing officers who also need to be appointed by the board. We go through the hearing. The decisions, legal and non-legal, reside with the board. You present a case, sort of like a court proceeding, and then the board makes a decision on the facts before them and then decides discipline. So some of the major changes that we would see in 655, if it were to pass as it currently is, when an investigative, or rather when a complaint were to come to the office, we would be able to review that in the first instance, decide if that claim is with merit or has merit on its face. So if there's no stated violation of statute or rule, so if there wasn't one, we would bring it to the board. They would make the decision whether or not to dismiss the claim. If there is a claim with merit on its face, we could immediately begin investigating without going to the board for permission. At the point, again, whether or not to proceed with an adjudicative proceeding, discipline is still in the hands of the board in either scenario. Currently, though, or as 655 as proposed, the board wouldn't appoint the prosecutor to the case. They would simply be appointed by OPLC, and the board wouldn't appoint the hearing officer. They would be appointed, and then also the hearing officer would do more of the calling balls and strikes on the legal matters for, objection relevancy kind of issues. The determination whether or not there is a disciplinary, whether they should proceed with discipline or not, would still lie in the hands of the board. So the current situation, if you look at it right now, you have a situation where the board could file a complaint, appoint the investigator to the matter, appoint the prosecutor to the matter, appoint the hearing officer to the matter, sit in and act as the jury in the matter, make legal and non-legal determinations, and decide discipline. We're trying to sort of separate some of those roles and responsibilities, give OPLC the investigative proceeding, let an OPLC hearing officer make the legal determinations, again, like relevancy kind of stuff. The jury, wow, it's a good analogy under the new set. So the hearing officer would act more like a judge role. It's not a judge role, but in a similar fashion. And the board would act more in that sort of subject matter expert and jury role. And that would be the difference between the process as it is now and the process under 655 as it's written in here.
So just to see if I'm understanding correctly, I'm going to use an analogy for the current process and let me know if it fits. And that's that basically now the board acts, as or the legal, criminal thing would be the police doing the investigation, the prosecutor prosecuting the case, the judge overseeing the trial and the jury, and the sentencing decision all right now, right? Is that
correct? All while being market participants.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question. The current process of the board naming a prosecutor and or hearing officer, I assume they have a pool of people that they pick from to do those. Would that be the same pool that OPLC would be using?
It is the same group of individuals. We currently employ 3 prosecutors who were assigned the cases from the boards. We have currently 2 hearings officers as well. One of them is currently out on paternity leave, but it would be the same pool of people. The big difference, though, would be being able to call those balls and strikes. And if the board didn't like a legal determination, they wouldn't be able to fire the judge.
Another thing that was sort of expressed to me, and I don't necessarily fully understand it, but is there some point in this process where by being accused, you lose your prerogatives to do certain things or suspended, or and would they get better or worse, or?
I think that's probably more situational. You don't lose anything simply by being accused. All of the complaints are confidential and the investigations are confidential. It could come to a point where if the matter is decided to move forward with discipline, you can sign a preliminary agreement not to practice. There are settlement options available. There is also situations for emergencies where for the, in an emergency situation for the public benefit, welfare, health, and safety, the board can decide to suspend someone's license, but they are obligated to hold a hearing within 10 days. Does that answer the question?
Since I don't really fully know what the question is,
Sure.
yes.
Okay.
So that brings up a good point. If are there deadlines in the new system that would require certain things to be done by certain times?
There are, and I think they'd be more uniform. Currently, you can go to the board statutes, and depending on what statute you're in, you can have to. Hearing notice is a good example, and probably the one we come across most often. Some boards require 10 days notice, 14 days notice, 15 days notice. One board, I think, has 30 days notice. This would standardize that and say at least 15 days before a hearing, the notice would go out. But we did build in those timelines that already exist. We just sort of standardized them.
So what are the sources of complaints? I mean, how, can you give me examples of the many types of complaints that you receive?
Yeah, they come from all over the place. Some of the types of cases that would be dismissed. I'm going to use this one because Executive Director Courtney loves this example. They gave me the wrong flavor Jello. That would be the kind of case that we would probably dismiss originally. Depending on the board, there's sometimes sexual, physical abuse kind of complaints, drug diversion complaints. Practicing without a license or practicing with an expired license are some of the more common complaints.
Do these come from the enforcement arm, or do they come? I'm trying to figure out how many of your complaints come from enforcement regulations, like you, for example, the enforcement team going out, and how many, like let's say they're the result of an inspection, and how many are from the public themselves?
The vast majority are from the public. And the public could be a consumer who got a service from a licensee. It could be another licensee who is in competition with that person. It could be a licensee that works with that person. It could be their employer. It could be the family member of someone who had a service by a licensee. It could be a lawsuit because the courts have to notify us regarding lawsuits in medical cases. It could be, there's a number of different, anyone can file a complaint. The vast majority do come from the public. And that I use that very generally and broadly. There are some that certainly come through inspections, which, we have inspectors for barbering, cosmetology and aesthetics, pharmacy, electrical and mechanical. So there are times that they come across something and it ends up resulting in a complaint, but the vast majority are the public.
So one of the questions I remember, one of the concerns, I mean, there's such a variety of boards. So I think it does make sense to have standard deadlines and a standard form of, because this all has to do with protecting the public, right? I mean, that's why we have this. So in the case of, I can see how in the case of a someone who's providing a service like, I don't know, I'm going to pick esthetician, right? And they burn somebody's face or something like that. But then I can see that. How do complaints from the technical boards arise? Because is it that they don't follow the building codes, or they don't? I'm trying to figure out how it is that's because there were some concerns in the electrical board on how this was going to affect them.
Electrical complaints, I think, primarily, not exclusively, but primarily homeowners who hired an electrician to do something and they didn't do it right. There's some other issue with the work that they did.
So how would you? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I spoke with Steve Rancourt, who's appeared, and I think one of the big concerns too isn't even so much with the OPLC process, but with the appeal process after the board makes a decision. Currently, most of the boards can appeal to the Supreme Court. The electricians board had a different path, and that was in SB 107, the repeal of that, and I presented was it last week? Was it only last week? Before House EDNA, I just flagged it and said if they're going to pull the other things from 655, that might also be language to appeal. But I think a lot of their concerns in talking with Steve, and oddly, he's not here to correct me.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, they stem, I think, from that piece and not so much the OPLC process. I'm sure he'll correct me if I'm misrepresenting that.
Thank you. So just to get a feel for some of this, and I'm sure it varies widely by profession or board, but what proportion of complaints actually result in some disciplinary action as opposed to end up being dismissed? At least roughly, I mean.
We don't currently track that, although we are certainly working on technological solutions so that we can, because I agree that is a very important piece of information to have. I really wouldn't want to even guess. And then when you talk about how much results in discipline, is that, goes to adjudication and discipline is imposed? Does that include settlements? Does that include other things or not? Those are things, unfortunately, we just don't track.
Okay. I mean, I was more thinking which get dismissed as being more or less baseless, as opposed to something that goes further. I mean, is it half that get dismissed, 90%, 10%, just vaguely? If you can. If you can't, that's fine.
I can't. What I can say is it does vary somewhat by board. Some boards, like Board of Nursing, they review every single complaint and they decide to dismiss the ones that are invalid on their face. And then the ones that are not, we, move through the process at least to the next step. Other boards don't want to see the complaints, so we at least have to request a response. And then they might look at it. Some boards, real estate, it says something to the effect of you shall investigate everything. So it needs to go further. So there, depending on the board, it's going to go to a various, different various point in the process.
Okay, thank you.
So then the intention of this new protocol would be that OPLC would decide. They would be the first junction, right, in the decision tree.
We would review a complaint in the first instance, but nothing would get dismissed without bringing it to the board.
Even in the new.
So if
Okay.
we see a complaint and we think it's without merit, we might make a recommendation to the board. This is a wrong Jell-O flavor kind of case, but we aren't making that decision or weeding anything out without consulting the board.
Okay, so how do we, and you want to stay with that? You want to stay, okay. So, how do we then create language that says that? Because if we just pull out disciplinary actions, it's not really accurate as to what's happening, right? So you can see how this is causing a lot of angst because it's sort of confusing to me too. So how do we in statute define at what point does the baton get tossed and what point is the baton shared?
So I'm looking through the language of 655 as it currently stands. I'm on page 13 of the PDF, line 4. Boards shall conduct disciplinary and non-disciplinary remedial proceedings in accordance with procedural rules adopted by the executive director. I'm going to keep looking at the language to see if it's more specific in here. I don't have it memorized, but there is the gel care process. It's a rule, the formal rulemaking process. So we would have to bring everything. Currently, they're the PLC 200s, but we would have to bring everything through GelCar.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're taking that portion out of statute and you would have the rulemaking process handle that part of that was in statute, concerning the disciplinary action, right?
Correct.
You're repealing disciplinary action from everything and you're putting it in the rulemaking of OPLC, and OPLC would be therefore setting the rules of the new procedure.
For some of it. Some of the things in the bill are the presiding officer appointments are in the language of 655. The prosecutors is actually specifically in 655. Section 7 of 31010 currently, page 13, line 31, boards shall be the triers of fact in all disciplinary and non-disciplinary remedial proceedings and shall determine sanctions, if any. So there's that, the jury role. This is why Control F is nice.
Yeah. Page 8. So I think on page 8.
Are you looking at 655?
Yes.
The original one?
I believe this is the one that was amended by the House.
Oh, the amended version. Okay,
Yes.
let me look at that.
So it's page 8, line 11. Upon receipt of an allegation of professional misconduct, the office shall determine whether the allegation states a viable claim. If the office determines that the allegation is not viable, it shall make a recommendation to the board for dismissal. The board shall review the office's recommendation and dismiss the allegation if it determines that the allegation does not state a claim of professional misconduct. So while the office could make a recommendation, that decision would still reside with the board.
That's if it's going to be dismissed.
Correct, but the language of 655 does not change the fact that the board has final disposition, final say in the final disposition of every matter, whether it's dismissed at some point or goes to adjudication. That is still within the board's control and authority. That is still their decision.
Okay, then how do we, oh, I'm sorry, so how do we then, separate? See, I'm going back to they're the jury and there's this investigation. So you've done the investigation, you've determined that it doesn't meet it doesn't, you're thinking that it should be dismissed. And then you're sending it to the board, the jury, to decide whether or not that is the case. And let's say they say it is not, that they think that it's a real complaint. Then what happens after that?
So once we complete an investigation, the report of investigation or ROI with a recommendation goes to the board. And this happens now as well. It goes to the board with a recommendation. Let's say we don't believe there's sufficient facts to support adjudication in this matter. The board could certainly, with their expertise in that profession, feel differently, and they could say, we do believe that this should be adjudicated. So they don't have to accept our recommendation. They would review the ROI and they would make a final determination whether they agree with us or not. That's up to them.
And if they think that it needs further investigation, then what happens? Do you pick it up? Do they throw it back to you?
So if we've submitted an ROI, at that point, we consider the investigation completed. If they determine there's some aspect that needs further investigation, they can certainly send it back to us with instructions. You need to do further investigation in this area. But at that point, generally, a decision would be made whether to dismiss or go to adjudication because the investigation is complete.
Representative Schmidt?
Okay, so it seems to me like we're debating how many angels you can fit on the edge of a pin to some degree here, because the real question, it seems to me, is like what you are going to be, how you're going to be handling things. And as I understand, the idea of the OPLC is that you're going to be providing expertise in areas in which the various different boards do not have expertise. So the OPLC, hypothetically, doesn't know anything about medicine. It doesn't know anything about dentistry. It doesn't know anything about plumbing, about electricity, any of that kind of stuff. So to the degree that you got some kind of a complaint, what is it going to be? Is it going to be that the contractor defrauded the customer, stole property out of the customer's house, engaged in various different things which are crimes? We don't have to get involved in any of that because crimes are crimes. They're already illegal. The only question is the board a good trier of fact? And because they may be good doctors, good dentists, good electricians, good plumbers, but they may not be good lawyers. That's where you guys come in. So the question is, do you have good process? That's why you provide legal counsel. That's why we have several attorneys, including yourself, Mr. Osterhout. So I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to get involved in any of that. The idea of OPLC is to provide legal counsel so that you have procedures which are legal, and you don't have board members who don't have any expertise in the law, may not even know what the law is. And so they may be saying, well, such and such and so, and the board lawyer who's part of the trial says that that's improper. You're jumping to whatever it might be where you have that expertise. So I don't think we have to get involved in any of this, frankly, to the degree that that the OPLC is going to be providing the administrative services which are needed for good operation. That's the structure that you are already setting up. And I don't think we have to get involved in specifics of any of this, frankly.
Well, Representative Schmidt, we do, because in House Bill 2 and in House Bill 655, and any kind of amendment that we would recommend would have to include somewhere in that amendment that we are removing the disciplinary action requirement from the board. Is that right?
Ultimately, I think that's
Yes,
right.
that's
Yes.
why we're having this discussion. So, and I'm glad that you're okay with it, because I think we're all okay with it. Yes? Okay. So if we can now, what the other item, is there anybody who wants to raise their hand? Yes. This is just about we're not talking about the medical review board yet. So don't, that's a whole different thing. Okay. Go ahead.
Come to the mic, Jen.
Thank you very much. For the record, John DeJoy, representing the New Hampshire Psychological Association, as well as the National Association of Social Workers, the New Hampshire chapter, both membership organizations for psychologists and for social workers. There are three outstanding issues that the psychologists have raised in their Senate testimony as well as here. And there is one outstanding issue that the social workers raised that I'd like to bring to your attention. I would like to thank the committee, though, for the extensive work you did on protecting the confidentiality of mental health records for clients. There were multiple pages you added, so thank you very much for that work. The three issues are, the first is the OPLC has to retain subject matter experts relevant to the investigative process. What makes a subject matter expert is not defined in the statute. That's one of the areas that we have asked in the Senate that specific rules be required around what makes a subject matter expert. We believe OPLC has rules in their existing structure to do that. It was just to put it front and center of what makes a subject matter expert for a psychologist versus a social worker versus a mental health counselor. So that's important. The second piece that only applies to the psychologists are the definitions of allegations, complaints, investigations, and they're used sometimes synonymously, sometimes differently. And the psychologists have concerns because they have to at least annually, if not semi-annually, report to their insurers that they are not under any kind of investigation or complaint process. And they want to be using the same words. Ms. Kalapolitis reached out to me yesterday. She's asked to meet with my clients to work those definitional issues out, and that's what we're going to be taking that on. The third piece is in the sanctions. Under the sanctions, if a person is adjudicated as committing malpractice, the board may recoup normal investigative costs from the person who was adjudicated to committed malpractice. We have no issue with that. However, the current statute limits that investigative recoupment to $10,000. The amendment to 655 takes that cap out. We would like to see that cap, even understanding that most investigations would not get to that level, we'd like to see that $10,000 cap stay in place so that folks understand the ultimate limit that they could be responsible for. And that's it.
Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, I'm Brad Holt. I'm an attorney at Sullivan & Hollis, although I'm really coming, maybe I should speak into the mic. Good afternoon, I'm Brad Holt. I'm an attorney licensed in New Hampshire and other jurisdictions, a partner at Sullivan & Hollis, and a resident of the state. I'm really coming as a defense lawyer in medical malpractice cases, not representing anyone, but I think this amendment is troubling. And so I wanted to make sure that those concerns are highlighted. And this is sort of against our interests. We do represent physicians when they have to come before the board. And if there are more investigations that go longer and more complex, I guess that would be good business for us. But I just don't think it's the right practice as this bill is amending the prior statutory scheme. And so I want to lay out a few reasons why. The amendment makes pretty broad changes to a key element that I think Representative Schmidt maybe was touching on. And actually,
I just want to make sure you're only talking about physicians, correct?
I am.
Okay.
But that is an important point, because these are going to apply to dozens of disparate boards. And so that's a surprise to me that the mandate for the OPLC was to streamline the process, the clerical duties, the administrative functions that would probably be similar for all boards, and to get sort of the economies of scale and efficiencies. That was, I think, an idea to enhance throughput, which everyone agrees that the long delays are problematic, probably with every license board or oversight board. Certainly from the standpoint of physicians, if there's a long delay in the process, a physician that was ultimately going to be cleared has to twist on a hook for a couple of years. That's not good. And a physician that was using unsafe practices continues practicing for a couple of years. That's not good. So everyone recognizes, at least the stated problem was, we need to make this move more quickly. So the solution that several important committees from the legislature in the fall completed, had recommendations to add resources, to change some of the rules on what a quorum would be or participation telephonically in order to enhance the throughput. And those resources might be included things like stipends for physicians that were participating in the process and adding their expertise to it, and that sort of thing. So the stated problem is, I for shorthand keep saying throughput. How quickly can things be adjudicated adequately? The solution to that problem is to move the responsibility for a significant portion of discretionary activity to the OPLC. So in the case of, that's for physicians, but also electricians, architects, pharmacists. I'm not sure how taking on an additional set of activities of initiating and investigating cases is going to enhance the efficiencies of those administrative functions that the office was designed to take on. Instead, now the OPLC becomes the first decider on whether something should go forward. And there were questions about if something were recommended for dismissal, would that be the end of it? No, it was still within the board's purview. Well, that's fine. But what's unspoken is investigations that the board wasn't taking up. The board has medical expertise, and the OPLC doesn't unless it hires it. But the board already has it with the Medical Review Subcommittee, which historically has, and currently I think has a radiologist, psychiatrist, an OBGYN, a range of medical specialties to decide, here's how we determine the standard of care, here's how we determine proper practice. Moving that to the OPLC doesn't enhance that unless they're hiring experts.
Can I just stop you? Because the next topic that we were going to talk about was specifically the Board of Medicine and the Medical Review Board. So that's a completely different thing than what we're talking about here. So, I mean, it would be an exception. And that's what we're trying to figure out. And, you know, the whole purpose of the changes is to make sure that that the investigation, you can't possibly, you must understand that if I were to investigate and do my own research and make my own decisions, I'm going to be biased if I'm the one who's sitting on the hot seat, right? So I think that it's important to understand that there has to be a different group of people doing the investigation and a different group of people doing the adjudication, regardless of what profession that is. Or do you disagree with that?
No, the medical review subcommittee does the review. The board, different personnel, I think there's one ex officio member, but the board has that final
Correct.
role.
And that wouldn't change.
But it's like a Hobson's choice. You know the story of the guy with horses in London, or I think it was. You can choose any horse you want. Here's the next one. So initiation of an investigation and proceeding with an investigation without really any oversight, the process is the punishment, and maybe it wasn't appropriate. Why didn't that stay lodged with medical professionals as it has been? And if the throughput is the concern, we enhance that, as was recommended in a couple of committees over the fall. So the idea is the medical review subcommittee has the expertise to look into this and make the recommendation. The Board of Medicine still has it. Lodging that in the OPLC, which also has dozens of other boards, doesn't make sense to me as a citizen.
Thank you for coming up because, again, I think that we are getting into the weeds in a way that I'm not sure is moving us forward. Because as I see it, the OPLC, its function is to provide the kind of services and expertise that practitioners of individual professions may not have at all. And to avoid a situation in which the OPLC begins to meddle in things where it has no expertise. So we don't want the administrators to tell the doctors how to practice medicine. In terms of medicine, I'm not talking about a doctor who is very bad about record keeping, or who is constantly late, or who is I don't want to get into too many examples. You get the kind of thing
Any
we're talking
layperson
about.
would understand.
We're talking about something that has nothing really to do with misconduct, just things that need to be regulated because if your doctor is always late, doesn't do this, doesn't do that, doesn't get you a bill, overcharges, whatever. Those are all things that need to be fixed. Or maybe the practitioner has a problem with substance use or moral turpitude, whatever. These are all things that can't be permitted or allowed to happen. But it's not appropriate to have perhaps the doctors sitting in judgment about something where they all know this doctor or this nurse or this whatever, right? They all know this person. They don't want to come down too hard on them because maybe they've had an occasional transgression themselves or whatever. But justice must be done. And I don't think we should prescribe all that. I think that that's the kind of thing that the boards should develop themselves, and not necessarily reinventing the wheel. We live in a very large country with lots and lots and lots of experience across the board on all this. So we should not be devising all these things ourselves. We should be cheerfully plagiarizing, if you will, how people in other states are doing it, if rather than trying to reinvent the wheel. And so I think that I think if we say that the board is going to be in charge of setting up rules, that we should let them do that. And if the rules are unfair or whatever, that either has to be worked out among the practitioners, that they don't want to be too strict about this, or whatever. Some things, again, because to the degree that we try to define everything, we're I think we're taking on a task that's not appropriate for the legislature to be involved in. If crimes are involved, then almost certainly either the cops are going to get called in or the lawyers are going to get called in and this person is going to get sued. Or maybe the doctor, since we're talking about medicine here, the doctor makes a mistake. And I'll give an example. An acquaintance of mine, many, many years ago, told me that she had allowed the doctors to employ an experimental technique on the birth of her son. And in the course of that delivery, they cut off the oxygen too long to this child, and he was permanently brain damaged. Okay? This is not the kind of thing for a medical board to get involved in. This is the kind of thing where the law has to get involved, because you talked about the $10,000 maximum fine. I think to some degree that there should be either a much higher limit or no limit at all. And to the degree that the board puts too high a fine on something, the person can sue the board for making the wrong decision. I really don't think we should get into specifying everything because there's no end to it.
If I can respond, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, please do. That's why I ask you.
Sir, the standard of care is understood by physicians. They know medicine isn't always safe. Sometimes you have to do something like chemicals that are really bad for the body, but they kill the cancer. And you've heard the expression, it'll cure me if it doesn't kill me. And so that question of whether oxygen was deprived from the baby is one that medical providers know if this maneuver, just to use your example, was appropriate to get an umbilical cord that was wrapped, unwrapped. That's not something that lay people should be deciding. That's why the medical review subcommittee would decide, no, this is one of these unfortunate things that happen. We recommend a board that this is not negligent or this is not criminal, and that's why it should stay with the people with the expertise. The parallel, it's been raised in a couple of these, is that lawyers used to be, a professional conduct committee, and we needed to professionalize that, and it was moved to the Supreme Court. Now has funded an office of attorney discipline. If you look at that office, it's attorneys. It's attorneys assessing the conduct, and they're also members of the bar in this state. We know we know them, but it's attorneys that are deciding this was appropriate conduct for an attorney, or we're not sure, we need to look into this, or no, this is a bad outcome, or it appears unfortunate, but we as attorneys know that. So that parallel would suggest staying with a medical review subcommittee and with the board for initiating a case. So my big concern is that we're moving the ability to initiate and investigate with, it seems to me, unfettered subpoena power and all of the challenges and concerns that a defendant's going to have in an investigation to lay people and away from the medical people that has historically been what the legislature requested.
I believe Representative Dolan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is with the OPLC folks here. I wonder if we could switch
Yeah.
back to them.
So I think, so that's fine. And I think, I'm so sorry. In the House Bill 655, the Medical Review Board was merged with the Board of Medicine and basically looked like it was eliminated. So and I think that's something that wasn't one of the reasons why we're having this discussion, because we don't necessarily think that's is that your concern?
Both that it remains and that it's not a vestige. Oh, we didn't disband it, but the process as described to you before, we only discussed when the OPLC decides to dismiss a case. Board could still decide to proceed, but we didn't talk about when the OPLC undertook an investigation that medical people would have said that that's part of medicine.
Okay.
So we need the medical review subcommittee to remain and to be part of that screening process and that early analysis.
Okay, I understand your
That's
question.
that's my
Okay.
biggest concern.
Okay, great. Do we have someone from OPLC who wants
Thank
to
you.
make a comment? I do want to also say, no, I'm sorry, I did tell Mr. DeJoy that he could have a few minutes to talk about this. So did you want to still talk about that or no? Yes. So so Representative Dolan wanted to know if someone from OPLC wants to make a comment on this situation. Oh, okay, Representative Lucas will have a question to you, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think I'm going to try to take us back out of the weeds and into at the 50,000 foot level. My interest is going back to the amendment that we're talking about, and with the thought that the activities that you guys take in response to a complaint, that eventually this is all supposed to protect the consumer or our constituents. So my question is, with what is before us and before you with this amendment, is there anything in that language that is bad for or hurts the ability of our constituents or our citizens at large to have their complaints heard and addressed appropriately? Does this amendment take us in the wrong direction?
By the amendment, you're referring to the 655 as passed by the House? I would say no. I think if anything, it's going to speed up the process and bring resolution to matters both to the benefit of the complainant and the licensee. But I don't see the harm to any constituents in doing this.
Madam Chair, that's my hope that the matter we're taking up causes no harm.
So just to clarify, when we got House Bill 655, it was a huge bill, right? So what we decided to do, and because it was so huge and there were so many issues that we couldn't really handle within the time frame that we had, we chose to take a tiny piece of it and codify that. So what that does is it gives OPLC authority to issue licenses and it ties in hand with their process to go online. So now we have not impeded that, right? That's as far as House Bill, the amendment. What we're talking about now is all the leftover stuff that we didn't talk about. And it's a little messy because it's a little bit of here and there and everywhere all at once. So, we can certainly address it as we see fit. So do you want to talk? Did you have a question, Representative Lekis? I promise you we will not do any harm. Representative Lekis.
Dangerous promise. But I actually have a somewhat specific question, and that is, as I recall, the cost of the investigation can be charged to the person the complaint was brought against, at least under some circumstances. Is that correct? And what are those circumstances, and is there any limit to how much they could end up being charged?
You can go ahead and answer.
Yeah. So I believe the circumstances would have to be that it was adjudicated and that discipline was imposed. It would have to be found that they did violate the statute or rule, and that discipline was imposed. I don't know if there's a specific limit within the amendment. It has to be reasonable. I think we'd have to be able to justify the amount. We couldn't just come up with a number. Is there a specific number?
Yeah. So I'm looking at section 310.12 proposed, page 15 in HB 655 as amended by the House. It's the section on sanctions, and if you look down at line 26, by assessing administrative fines and amounts established by the board, which shall not exceed $3,000 per offense, or in the case of continuing, no, that's the fine. You're talking about,
Right.
Yeah,
And
I-
what
I
page
do-
was that again?
I'm sorry,
What page was that again?
15.
Okay.
I do remember seeing, I think in the case of unlicensed practice, there was a specific amount. I don't remember.
sorry,
No, go ahead.
that was so rude. Section 310.13 on page 16, beginning at line 17. If you go down to line 22, after providing notice and opportunity to be heard, and upon making an affirmative finding of unlawful practice, the board may impose a fine not to exceed the amount of any gain or economic benefit that the person derived from the violation, or up to $10,000 for each offense, whichever amount is greater.
But that's the fine, it sounds like.
What you're asking specifically for?
They're being charged to pay for the
Oh, the
investigation.
investigation.
Yeah.
That was only if they're found to be in violation.
yeah,
If
I'm-
they're not found in violation, they don't pay the
Well,
fine.
the next question then is, what if there's a settlement? Does that count? Because people can end up settling things even if they don't.
I believe that in the in the comments that Mr. DeJoy made, the fine, there was no way of recouping, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that for some reason I'm not remembering that in in the amendment to House Bill 650.
Right. When I read through it earlier today, I think it said a reasonable amount. I could be mistaken, but I don't remember seeing a specific amount.
In the amended.
In the amended
Right.
version, correct.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the thing I'm thinking about is, not accusing of OPLC planning to do something horrible, but, you could end up hiring a few top experts across the country, fly them in, put them up, pay them, umpteen $1,000s a day to do the investigation. And, you can argue whether or not that's reasonable, but to then take somebody who's been accused of something, and even if there was some wrongdoing, or maybe, it also might be a deterrent to them settling, because, if the potential cost is enormous, if they're not charged if they settle.
I did find the language. It's on page 16, section 5, line 9. For any order issued in resolution of a disciplinary proceeding by the board, which would include settlement agreements, where the board has found misconduct sufficient to support disciplinary action, the board may require the licensee or certificate holder who is the subject of such finding to pay the office a sum not to exceed the reasonable cost of investigation and prosecuting of the proceeding. I'm just pointing out the language. It
Yeah,
doesn't
no,
change your
that's fine.
point. I don't believe OPLC made any recommendations on this language, so everything in here was either existing statute or at the recommendation of the legislature.
Okay, thank you. Still have some concern on that, but, all right, thanks.
That's also why doctors have malpractice insurance, for example. We had a situation roughly 10 years ago with OBGYNs.
I think in general, malpractice doesn't pay for fines and charges for things like this, so.
Okay, I'm going to stop this discussion, and I'm going to give John DeJoy the opportunity. Dr. DeJoy, you've been promoted to to speak on your issue, and then we're going to end that and start the 2:00 subcommittee workshop on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Stanley. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers New Hampshire chapter. I'm also a licensed independent clinical social worker, and I live in Pennacook. And thank you, Representative Grove, for allowing us to insert ourselves to very briefly, again, talk about the Social Work Compact. The language came out the end of February, which is why it wasn't introduced during normal times when bills are introduced. The Social Work Compact would allow any licensed, if passed in New Hampshire, would allow any licensed independent clinical social worker in New Hampshire to also practice and see clients in the other states that have accepted and approved the compact. I want to highlight some of the reasons why this is important to our social workers. If you think about social workers who are either in private or small group practice, they're small businesses, right? They have their expenses that they need to take on, or they're working in an agency, which is often a mental health agency, a service providing agency, which also has significant financial challenges. What this would do would reduce the expenses for that social worker to hold their license. If they had the interstate license, your social workers right now who are licensed in New Hampshire, Maine, and Massachusetts, or New Hampshire, Vermont, and Massachusetts, would only have to maintain their New Hampshire license and responsibilities around professional development, licensing fees, etc. When considering workforce, I think it was said the last time we talked, it's not going to significantly expand our workforce. What it will do is when social workers from another state move to New Hampshire, and right now South Carolina and North Carolina are breaking their necks to get the compact enacted first. If one of those social workers was to move up to New Hampshire, they wouldn't have to wait months in order to get licensed here. Their license would be good while they establish their home license. It also provides continuity of care. If a social worker has a client in New Hampshire that goes on vacation, goes to college, finds themselves in another state, that social worker would be able to continue seeing their client rather than, because right now they'd be breaking the law if they are not licensed in whatever state their client is. I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you for the opportunity to hear.
So I think I made some recommendations to Mr. DeJoy that it would be helpful for us to know the successes of the previous compacts that we've entered. And I believe that you're working on that, correct?
That's correct. I'm working with Director Courtney on that. She gave me some preliminary information this morning. So there are a number of compacts where the state is involved in currently. One of them is the nursing compact. Relative to registered nurse practitioners, since the compact, New Hampshire has seen an increase of 25% of availability of nurse practitioners in the state to practice. That's a significant number. I'm trying to find similar data with Director Courtney's help regarding psychologists, physicians, and the last year passed mental health counselors.
Thank you. Okay, so yes? You can have 60 seconds, Mr. Goulet. 60 seconds for Mr. Goulet.
Good afternoon, Shane Goulet, attorney with the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, here on behalf of the Board of Medicine.
And I'm Susan Finnerty, Physician Assistant, the Vice President of the Board of Medicine. So thank you for letting us take just a brief moment.
We have a small proposed amendment to HB 65. By and large, the Board of Medicine is supportive of 655. Their concerns were specifically related to complaints and investigations, and the amendment alters that. So I have copies if I can just pass those around briefly.
Okay. This is to do with physician's assistants? General.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there was also a concern with telemedicine, am I correct?
Mhm.
With physicians?
That was regarding physician assistants. They were not included in the telehealth.
Right.
Yeah, but this is separate to that.
Okay, separate from that,
Mhm.
okay.
And I know that there was a brief discussion and some testimony earlier regarding the office's ability to vet and utilize professional expertise of individuals separate and distinct from the board. The board is very supportive of, knowing their role and utilizing their role as the jury, and likes to stay completely separate from the complaint process and procedure to the best of their ability, within the confines of what's proposed. With that being said, they're hoping, and it has been discussed with the office, that they want some sort of peer review in place that utilizes the expertise within the medical profession to vet some of these. And the board has worked well with the office in regards to that, specifically with the enforcement department.
Okay, and you're talking about the Board of Medicine.
Correct.
And this would be like a peer review board?
That's what they would like to see utilized, is some, the office under the proposal will have the authority to contract with necessary experts. So some form of peer review. Right now, they have physician investigator, board investigator, actually I believe 2 physician investigators, and then there's the MRSC. At some point, they just want some, expertise, and 655 would give the office the authority to contract with whatever necessary experts would, be appropriate to vet these.
Okay, okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions about this? No. All right. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
So since 655 is out of our hands now, we will have to tackle this amendment in a different fashion, I believe. Is that not the correct?
That's correct. So after all these subcommittee workshops, I'll call them, we're going to put together a non-germane amendment in the fall and attach it to a bill that we retained in committee. Right? So at this point, everything is still for discussion.
Understood. Thank you.
And I have not forgotten that we will discuss adding physician assistants to the right?
you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe also add nurse practitioners.
Yes, we're going to have that. Yes, we're going to discuss that next week. So there's lots of little schnibbly bits that we have to talk about. Okay. Thank you
very
so
much.
much. So this ends the discussion, and we're going to move to Senate Bill 44, which is the MLADAC board. You're going to go. Bye. We're going to take a 3-minute stretch, okay? Okay, we're going to regroup. So is there someone here from the MLADAC board that wants to talk about Senate Bill 44? Or just to, just to get us all on the same page? Sure, come forward.
Here we go. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting us to speak. My name is Jackie Abakoff. I'm the former chair of the LADAC board, and I'm an MLADAC and also a licensed clinical social worker.
And I'm Kelly Ludke. I am an MLADAC. I am the current board chair for the LADAC board.
So just to give you an overview of SB 44 as it stands before you today, it really looks at doing two things. The simple one is it changes some language, taking out the criminal justice requirement, the criminal justice degree as as one of the degrees that automatically gets licensed, and that's because the course of study at SNHU that inspired that language in 2008 no longer exists. And it's the only one that we know of, at least locally. So what it does is it moves the criminal justice degree into rule instead of statute. The more important piece right now is it looks to further expand the scope of practice for master licensed alcohol and drug counselors so that they are no longer restricted from engaging in mental health practice solely while working with someone who is actively working on a substance use disorder. And the logic behind this, in 2010, the MLADAC scope of practice was expanded to include the treatment of mental health, of the ability to work with someone who understands their addiction, which often is a primary illness. What research has told us is that addiction is a brain disease and that it often mimics mental illness and often causes mental illness and needs a special kind of treatment that integrates both substance use and mental health. What we have learned since 2010 is that the way the language was written, it says that the MLADAC, who has to have exactly the same educational preparation as a social worker or a mental health counselor, and in addition to that, 300 hours of co-occurring disorder and substance use disorder education. That person could only treat people with substance use disorder who also have mental illness, could also only treat the mental illness while they are engaged in treatment of their substance use disorder. What we've learned is people engage in treatment of their substance use disorder. They get connected with a recovery community. They get connected with other supports. Their substance use disorder goes into remission. It may take 2 or 3 years. They've established a really strong relationship with their therapist. But once the substance use disorder is not an active focus of treatment because it's in remission, that therapist can no longer treat the mental illness because it's only while in treatment for the substance use disorder. That what we've learned is that interrupts a strong relationship between a therapist and a client. It forces that person to begin from the beginning with a brand new person, and it often leads to relapse with the substance use disorder because folks don't move on and start with someone else. So that is the primary purpose. Substance use disorder providers have a focus on substance use disorder, and they treat the mental illness within the context of that substance use disorder, whether it's active or not active. It's very different than a mental health professional whose focus is mental health and some of them treat substance use disorder as a specialty. Some of them have no training whatsoever in substance use disorder. When I got my license as a social worker, I had 0 courses in the treatment of substance use disorder. That was something that I had to learn when I got my 300 hours of specialized training and education in substance use and co-occurring disorders. That's the purpose. What we believe is that what this will do is support continuity of care and expand access to appropriate treatment providers for the population that we target, and that is folks with substance use disorder and co-occurring mental health disorders. Thank you. Want to add anything?
Does anyone have any questions on this? Yes, yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you again, Jackie. And you
Same
too,
here.
Kelly, but I've known Jackie for years. So the thing is that I've lived a long life, and even though I don't happen to have substance use addictions, at least other than chocolate, the reality is that many people are they are sober for a while, then they fall off the wagon for whatever reason. So it seems like it's a very delicate balance that this current situation imposes on you, that you can only do this unless it's a Tuesday, effectively, you know, sometimes Sundays. But does that really make any sense to have that firewall between the two?
Absolutely not. And in fact, what it does is it contributes to relapse, because those people who really need to continue to be in some kind of counseling have to start from the beginning all over with a new person. Either that, or so I'm the director of a small nonprofit outpatient treatment center. And one of the drawbacks of the way this legislation is written right now is I have to make sure that my MLADACs are also licensed as social workers or mental health counselors. So we have to make sure that that our staff is able to carry 2 licenses. That's an expense for the organization. It's an expense for the licensed professionals. I get asked the question all the time of, why don't you just work as a mental health counselor? And the reality is, because I'm not a mental health counselor. I'm a substance use disorder counselor who treats the entire person. And that includes their substance use disorder. And my carrying the MLADAC lets my colleagues know, lets other healthcare providers know, and lets the public know that I have the expertise and that my staff have the expertise to work with this population.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when you say, I'm looking at the amendment that was given to us, which was shared by everybody on the committee. I see where you take criminal justice out. And did you say you were going to address that in rulemaking?
Yes, there is a section in the rules that that talks about other degrees. See, one of the issues with substance use is we license people from all kinds of different professions. We have APRNs who become MLADACs. We have physicians who become MLADACs because this is who they work with and they want to let the population know. So when we say that, we have a section in the rules that says education that is substantially commensurate with. And that's where criminal justice is addressed, because there are criminal justice degrees that deal only with criminal justice, and there are others that have a huge piece on substance use and mental health. And if you can show us a criminal justice degree, well, not me anymore, but that you have one of those degrees that covers the clinical issues, then you will be licensed with a criminal justice degree. And actually, if I may add, there is a national standard right now for alcohol and drug counselors who have a criminal justice degree.
Okay. And you also, so I'm looking, so in the amendment, you have some of the requirements for your licensing, right? So you struck out, but you've also increased for certified recovery support workers, and you've changed it to 12, from 12 to 24 hours of approved continuing education in a 20. So you've increased the number of hours.
Correct. And that's for two reasons. So when those rules were written, we had no recovery support workers. And there was a request that we needed these people to get into the field as soon as possible, and to reduce the number of hours of education that they needed to have. What we understand now is most of our CRSWs are getting more than that education required by their centers. But also there is now a national standard that requires 24 hours. And so this gets us to not be 12 hours below the national standard, and allows our recovery support workers to have reciprocity with any other state that has a similar credential.
Okay, and you say past testing procedures of nationally recognized credited credentialing entities specified by the board. And then you've crossed out either holding a current license issued by the Board of Mental Health Practice or passed the examination approved by the Board of Licensing for Alcohol and Other Drug Use Professionals to demonstrate competence to. So why did you strike that out?
I'm sorry, could you repeat which?
This is I'm still talking about the licensing, right?
Right. This is not for CRSWs, is it? This is for.
This is in your amendment.
Right. Okay.
Right?
The co-occurring exam that ICNRC offered, that when right after it was passed in RSA 330C,
Oh, that's where. Okay.
ICNRC stopped offering the exam.
Right.
Oh.
What they did was, there's been a national movement for MLADAC, for Masters Prepared LADACs to begin working with co-occurring disorders. And so what they did was, we used to have to take 2 exams. What they did is they've now combined the exams into one. So that's just taking out the requirement to take an exam that no longer exists.
Okay. So one of the things that we as a committee have agreed to look at is removing hurdles from allowing people to practice in the field of mental health because of the tremendous need that we have. So this would be the only, and as amended, this doesn't seem to do that. But is there any, do you have any, are there any, of course you want people that are qualified to practice in your field. Is there anything that you think can be done to expand your workforce?
I think this does do that. Okay, the only
Oh,
thing
because it allows you to continue. Okay.
right, it absolutely does do that. It allows you to continue to work with someone rather than having to transfer them to another provider, wait on wait lists until another provider becomes available, and then if they relapse, wait on wait lists to come back to see you. But this does not change the reciprocity between, or the ability to move between a mental health license and an alcohol and drug license. So there is credit given if you have an LICSW, you get 1,500 hours of experience credit towards your MLADAC, because what we're saying is we at least want you to get the experience in working with alcohol and drug and co-occurring disorders. Similarly, if I hadn't gotten my LICSW as long ago as I had, I would now have the opportunity to count 1,500 hours of my practice as an MLADAC toward my LICSW if I wanted both licenses. So it shortens that.
Okay, I
yeah,
understand.
okay.
Thank you. Does the committee have any other questions? Yes, Representative Fitzpatrick.
What's an MLADAC?
Master Licensed Alcohol and Drug Counselor.
Just a little tip, you want to be careful using acronyms because
Oh, I apologize.
we don't all, thank you.
Master Licensed Alcohol. So we have 4 credentials under the board of the LADAC board. One is the Master Licensed Alcohol and Drug Counselor. The other is the LADAC, which is the Licensed Alcohol and Drug Counselor, which is a narrow scope of practice, only alcohol, only substance use disorders. Then there is what's called the LCS, which is the Licensed Clinical Supervisor, and the CRSW, which is the Certified Recovery Support Worker. And those are the 4 credentials, all of which focus on the treatment of substance use disorder at various levels of expertise.
Are there any other questions?
This isn't a question, but I totally agree with the logic of what these women are testifying for. It certainly seems that we're hurting ourselves because it's my understanding that even though someone has recovered from an alcohol or a drug addiction, never really a recovery. There's always a struggle, always. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So we have an amendment that was presented to us that was sent to the committee. So do we want to adopt that amendment? The amendment addresses some of the language in the bill that was originally put in, and it also addresses the issue with the joining of 2 tests into 1. It addresses the use of the let me see. It changes things like it adds mental health disorders as opposed to addressing substance use disorders. It's really mostly, I would imagine, these things. I think these changes make it more clear. Do you have any questions?
Did that come from you?
No, that came from Mr. Berry, who worked with the board to address this. And a lot of these things are within the purview of the board. But it's their decision. So with the recommendation, do you have it?
I'm looking for it.
I sent it to, it was, okay, it's right here. Here it is here if you want. What do you think?
Oh, I'll be happy to move or to pass on. I don't have my paperwork here, but
I'm asking
ought to
about the
pass on.
amendment. I'm asking to pass the amendment. Actually, the amendment hasn't been sent to OLS, right? I just have it in its
Okay,
raw
well,
form.
then we can't vote on it.
We can't vote. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. It's my fault. It's a small spreadsheet. So what we'll do is before I will go to OLS, I'll have the amendment filed, and then we will send it to the committee. And I'll have a subcommittee work session to adopt the amendment. And I don't see why we would not recommend OTPA to the committee based on what I've read in the amendment and what I know. If we don't have an objection to the
Board with the amendment, then we can have an agreement in
and we can do that
spirit, if you
right.
will, and then we'll meet a quarter of an hour before the committee meets to have the subcommittee to vote on the amendment. I think I'm not actually on the committee, the subcommittee,
You
so
don't
I
have it, Jake?
can't move it anyway, but
Okay, so
who's on the subcommittee?
it's, me, Representative Dolan, and Representative Fitzpatrick. That's the three of us because Representative Santo-Nostalzo is not here, and neither is Representative Wilhelm. So,
Well, you can still have you have a majority of the subcommittee.
absolutely, we have a quorum.
So as long as you're in business, you can still agree in principle that we'll have the subcommittee meeting. You can't. You can't do anything without the amendment.
When we meet at our next subcommittee meeting, be for a full committee meeting.
Right. So what I might do is I might have, and I don't think you all need to come. That's up to you. We're going to have a work session on other things next week, and I will have the amendment, and the subcommittee can vote for it then. All right? Does that make sense? But I don't expect any kerfuffles. Okay? So on with that, I will end the subcommittee meeting on Senate Bill 44. Thank you.